Hello, people of YouTube. Happy Saturday to you. It's going to be a very busy day today. Let me get my shameless self-promotion out of the way. It's lovely to see you smiling faces. And of course, as always, we're going to give a few minutes for people to kind of get in and get situated here. And then we will continue on. Give me just a quick second. Alright. Shameless self-promotion. All right. All right. Just a couple more here for my self-promotion. All right. Shameless self-promotion is done. All right. So as typical, we are going to go ahead and allow some time for a few people to get in here, usually about 5 minutes or so, before we get directly into the repairs. We do have quite a bit of them today. Quite a bit of them. So we do have a few things that we're going to do today. I have 3 PS5s, 3 controllers, and I mean, if time permits, maybe we'll sneak in another one, but I mean, this is going to be enough as it is. I do have other consoles that I need to fix and get moving here, but we'll start with this. So, I did pick up a PS4 today that has a power issue. Now, if you guys watch my channel a lot, you'll know that I haven't started working on a lot of no power issues. The main reason for that is because I didn't have the proper equipment to diagnose and deal with it effectively. I mean, obviously I have my hot air kit, my soldering station, my the hell's that thing called? Multimeter. I have all of that, but there are more effective ways that will make things quicker in order to find those faults, such as a voltage injection tool, such as a thermal camera. Those are 2 somewhat expensive pieces of equipment that I did not have at the time of starting this. I had literally just my basic setup. However, I now have those pieces of equipment. So, I'll be purchasing a lot more no power issues from eBay to try and diagnose and fix those. I've started to take those from customers now, which is good. So, you will see more wide variety of content coming from the console repair side of things. So, we're going to allow just a couple more minutes here. and we are going to get to work on some things. I mean, you can see kind of where I'm at right now, the board lineup that I'm working with, but it's not all of it. So, let me... Coffee. Oh, delicious coffee. So, that's my coffee cup. And it's very true. You can't have just one cat. 4 might be a little many. But that's what I have. So that's what we do. Oh, coffee. You delicious liar. Tell me all the things that we're going to get done. All right. Let me... All right. I'm going to go gather a couple of materials, and then when I come back, we will begin. And a very necessary component of my materials today is going to be this. All right. All right. So, what we're going to be working on today, as you can read by the title, I have 3 PS5s and 3 controllers, all of which need some form of repair. So, we're going to start off with the controllers. I'm going to move the boards to the side, and I'm going to bring you guys in a second just to show you the array of things that we're working with here. Almost all of these were purchased from eBay. The 2 controllers, the 3 PS5s are all from eBay. One of these controllers is from a good buddy of mine and also a customer. He's got some stick drift, so we're going to try some BW100 to see if that fixes it. Yeah, worst case, we might have to do a potentiometer or a joystick replacement. We'll see how it goes. But just to give you guys an idea of what we're looking at here, this is what we have. So we got 3 controllers and 1, 2, 3 PS5s that I have already disassembled because I do not want to sit there and go through all of that disassembly on stream. I will reassemble and disassemble off stream from this point, except for controllers because those are quick. But I will pretty much exclusively be doing my disassembly and reassembly off stream because I can test without fully reassembling the console, and the controllers are all pretty standard. So it saves a lot of time during the stream and a lot of hassle, basically. Alright, so with that being said, let's go ahead and begin. So, the first thing we're going to do is these controllers. So, let's go ahead and swap over to... Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And let's fix the stream properly. There we go. There we go. Right. Let's fit it. There we go. Okay. So we're going to do the controller testing first to see what all needs to be done on what controllers. So let's go ahead and get this going. So we're gonna hook up the first PS5 controller. Now you'll see just from basic looks that it is missing the R2 button. It is gone completely. Everything else is in relatively good order. And you'll see that the thumbsticks are pretty damaged. One of them is missing a rubber component completely. But let's do a test and let's see how it actually functions outside of that. So, does it take a charge? Okay. So this one does not even give me an orange light. Oh, I think it's got a bad charging port. Here, let's swap over the microscope real quick. Let's go ahead and bring this down some. Let's check that charging port out. There we go. Okay. And let's see what we can see. Yeah, it looks like we might have damage in the charging port area. It's hard to know 100% sure. But just on visual inspection, it looks like we do have some damage in the charging port. Let's see if we can get a little close up and better view, shall we? There we go. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we got some raised pins. Yep. Overall, looks like we might have to change the charging port. That's alright, not a big deal. Alright, so that one needs probably a new charge port, and the R2 button is not working. Okay. Alright, we'll swap back over here. Alright, let's check out the second one. Now, this one I bought from eBay. That first one was actually included as one of the PS5 purchases. So I bought the console and the controller with it. So they did mention that they didn't do any testing. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. The one time I did try to change a charging port on a controller, it did not go well for me, but I think it had other problems. I think my solder was fine. It had other problems. So maybe we can fix that. Alright, so this one does have an orange light. Right? Let's see here. Where is my... There we go. Didn't want to come up for me. Okay. So this one said it had stick drift and a bad R2 button. So just from looking at it, I don't see any stick drift. I mean, that's positive. Yeah, I don't see any stick drift at all. Just click the buttons, make sure it's not ending up sticking somewhere else. Yeah, I don't see any stick drift. Yeah, I mean... it's a little squishy. I'll probably replace the spring. But, that's functional. Okay, testing all the buttons. Yep. Yeah. Everything works. It is squishy. So I will go ahead and replace the spring on it. It's for sure squishy, though. Alright, overall, that's a fairly easy job. It does require the disassembly process, but this controller is probably going to be that first controller is probably going to be a little more involved than I thought, but not a big deal. Alright, and let's test out my buddy Kevin's controller. Now, he had stick drift problems as well. That was the issue. Alright, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that drift. Look at that drift. That is pulling hard to the left. Oh, yeah. See, it's trying. Oh, there it goes. You can do it, buddy. You can do it. Right stick is good. Oh, it's trying. Come on. Go ahead. Pull to the left. Yeah. So, I mean, it's having its fun, but let's see. If I hold it to the left, will it stay? No. All right. Well, maybe BW100 will just clear this right up. There it goes. Yeah. See, that to me is a connection issue with the potentiometer, because that's an electronic thing. That's not like the stick getting stuck. That's a connection issue. There we go. Yeah, that's pulling way to the left. Okay. All right. Well, that's doable. Not a big deal. Let's go ahead and disconnect. Question is, which one do I take care of first? Let's take care of the one that has the most damage first. The one that needs the most work. Alright, yeah, let's do that. Alright, so I'm going to bring you guys in a bit on the actual repair itself. Let's go ahead and just pop that over here for the moment. Alright, so I'm going to get you guys on the microscope and move this up slightly to get as much of this in view as I possibly can. That'll do for now. Alright, let's go ahead and move these PS5s for now. Just gonna set them on the floor beside me for the time being. Very gently, very carefully. I'll just set this one over here since that'll be the first one I work on. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and bring you guys down here. Okay, so we're going to be taking care of this one first. So let's go ahead and pop off these two front buttons here. Those are where the screws are to get into the controller. I'm also going to take off this black plastic right here. So let's go ahead and start getting that going. Alright, so I'll start with the black plastic here. There we go. I don't usually recommend doing this with tweezers. The spudgers for me are just a little too thick, and I've gotten comfortable doing it with tweezers. So, but if you're just starting out, use the spudgers. It's a little more frustrating, but it's safer. All right, there we go. Go ahead and disconnect that. Woo! Look at that. That thing is dirty. Oh yeah. There we go. Look at all that. And that's good finger cheese right there. Alright. And then go ahead and get these front buttons off carefully. There we go. There we go. Alright. And then there are 4 screws. We got one here, and then 2 on the bottom, one there, and one there. You can kind of see it on the microscope as well. So, let me grab the motorized screwdriver. Oh, you know what? I'm also going to need charger ports, which I did not think I was going to need. But I have them because I might need them. Here we go. Got some USB-C charging ports. Alright, so move these off to the side. And let's grab ourselves a Phillips head screwdriver. I believe this is a Phillips, I think I use a 00, but let's see, is this a 00? Oh, this is a 000. I think 000 is a little too small. Don't need something that small. This is a 00. Okay, 00 should work fine. Alright, so start right here. There we go, just like that. And one thing that I will recommend everybody get if you're doing this kind of work, for the hell's camera, is this little thing. It is a magnetizer for your screwdriver bits. I use this thing all the time. It is very important. It comes in most kits. So yeah, any kit that you have likely should have one, but it saves a whole lot of unnecessary steps and losing of screws if you keep it magnetized. So just a heads up to that. Let's continue with disassembly here. So we'll get the screw out. There we go. And then we'll get the bottom screws out. There we go. And bottom screw. Alright, so yep, 00 is perfect for that. Alright, and next there are, where's my, right. There are two tabs right here and right here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use my finger about here to start separating the shells, and then I'm going to use my pry tool to get underneath that clamp and kind of lift gently while I'm pushing them apart. There we go, just like that. And then same thing here, boom. And the shells will separate. Alright, and we're going to flip it over to the back. We're going to remove the back shell. There we go, just like that. Alright, that back shell is dirty. Alright, so let's just do a quick visual inspection. Alright, so there's the battery. Let's go ahead and pull the battery, and I'll do a quick test to make sure that the battery's not completely dead. Go. So let's go ahead and bring in our multimeter, and what I'm going to do is check the voltage inside the battery. Alright, so red is power, black is ground. So let's go ahead and... Alright, so there is 2.71 volts inside the battery. So the battery definitely has charge. Let's plug the battery back in, because I didn't attempt to actually turn it on. Let's see if it actually tries to turn on. It won't connect to anything, obviously, but let's see if it even tries to power on. Let's go ahead and reconnect that battery. Let's see, do I even get the two orange lights? Here, let's plug this back in real quick. Let's see if we even get the orange lights on there. Without, if you plug it in without the battery connected, okay, so yeah, I do get the two lights. But yeah, this charging port feels awful. Okay, so there's that. Let's go ahead and plug the battery back in. So now I know it's got a charge. So yeah, the battery does take a charge, but there is no light whatsoever. I can't even get the orange light to come on. Or the blue light, for that matter. Oh, there it is. Okay, blue light comes on. Okay, so we've got blue light. You can see it on the microscope as well. Alright, so it doesn't want to charge. So there's a couple things that can cause that. I've run into this issue previously. Also, I don't think that battery was plugged in all the way. Oh no, that's just a silver piece reflection. Okay. Alright, so there's a couple things I've run into that can cause that issue specifically. Let's see. Alright, I don't think that R2 button is going to be super bad, so we should be able to replace it pretty easily. But let's take a look. There is another screw right in here. So we're going to go ahead and take that screw out. There we go. Alright, screws. Alright, so we're going to take this plate off right here. Alright, let's go ahead and disconnect that ribbon cable, try to keep everything together. There we go. Alright, back plate is off. And we got the main exposed thing here. Alright, so let's disconnect these ribbon cables. So we're going to have to do that anyway. There we go. There we go. And this one's always a pain in the ass. Alright, so this is the first iteration of the controller. It's the BDM010. So this is the first version that came out. And where the heck are my pliers? I'm telling you, I even tried to organize the desk just a tiny bit. It's all gone to hell. It's already bad. Where did I put my pliers? Pliers. Oh, I found them. They were right next to me, just hiding very well. Alright. There we go. Alright, so that last ribbon cable on the top, you can kind of see it right there, is orange. Ugh. This guy right here is a bit of a pain. I tend to do it with just a set of pliers. Be very careful if you're doing this. These are ribbon cables. They will tear. So just gently, there we go. Just like that. Real gentle. Alright. So with that off, we'll go ahead and take out the board. Alright, so I will do some quick testing around the charging management system. To see if that could be causing an issue. Do I still have my other board? Where'd that other board go? Hang on. Ugh. Sorry, just found a discrepancy on something and want to make sure I'm not losing my mind here. Nope, okay. Not losing my mind. Fantastic. Alright. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and... Well, I think we're going to have to desolder these pins anyway. So what I'm doing is desoldering the rumble pack, these two wires right here. Let's go ahead and turn on some machinery. Move this on out of the way. Alright, so letting the soldering iron get hot. So I can desolder these couple wires right here and right here. and that'll allow us to completely remove the motherboard itself. And then from there, we can take the motherboard out. We'll disassemble. I'll fix that right button. And I think we're probably going to replace the charging port. I think that's probably going to be the first step, but I do want to do some testing on the board as well. Alright, so we are good to go. Iron is up to heat. So I'm going to put down some flux on these two solder points. Not a whole lot, just enough to make it easy to remove. There we go, and there we go. Alright, so just got a little bit of flux on there. Yep, okay. Alright, clean the iron off a bit. There we go. Alright, so I'm just going to grab both wires with the tweezers, gently lift. There we go, there's one. That's two. Easy as pie. And we'll turn the controller. Do the same thing here. There's one. And there's two. Easy enough. Clean the iron. Alright, and with that done, we can go ahead and remove the board. Alright, and let's go ahead and clean off our points. Get a little IPA and just take care of that flux that's on there. Try and keep it as clean as possible. Even though it's probably going to get a little messy. No need for it to get messy right away, you know? And try and keep it clean. Alright, so first things first, we do need to figure out why this board isn't doing what it's supposed to do. So let's try and figure out why this board isn't doing what it's supposed to do. First thing I want to check again is that charging port, so let's go ahead and bring the microscope down in here some. And let's see if we can get a better look at it. Okay. Alright, so now that we're in close, I mean it's, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's got some, it's definitely chewed up for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, it's kind of hard to see. But now I can, yeah, I got a much better view of it. So let me come in here with some tweezers and try to point it out. So, like I said, it's hard to see, but if you follow the direction, so you got this, there we go. There's a little gold pin right in here. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's see if I can get a better focus on it. There we go. Alright, so there's, yeah, you can see there's a folded over gold pin. There's actually a couple of them in here. You got one right here, this guy. And then you got another one right here. Yeah, that's a folded over pin. Alright, so this charging port it's definitely going to need to come off. Let's go ahead and do some testing on the board just to make sure we're not shorted any caps around the charging IC. So let's, there we go. Alright, so that is, if I'm not mistaken, that is the primary charging component. This is the main power chip. That is a BGA chip. I don't like to replace those if I don't have to, because I can't reball them right now. So let's go ahead and get some focus. Alright, that'll do. Alright, so we're going to put the meter into continuity mode just to make sure we don't have any blown caps. There we go. So continuity mode is the mode that beeps when you have a completed connection, like this. So if I'm completing a circuit, that means that there is a connection. Alright, so black probe is going on to a ground point. Do I even have a ground point? You know what? I think this is a ground. Let's see. Nope, I'm not attached to ground here. Ground point, ground point. Let's see. Solder should be ground, right? There we go. Alright, so no blown cap there. No. Okay. Alright, we're good there. Yep. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. Let's move down a tiny bit here. There are some small components on this charging port. Okay, nothing there. And nothing there. Alright, I do want to come in a little bit closer on one of these smaller components. Let's see here. It looks strange. I don't like strange. Okay. I mean, that is a cap. It's a rough looking cap, but it is a cap. Alright. So I think step number one for sure is going to be to replace that charging port. I think that is the best way to go about this to start off. Now, here's the fun part. I don't have a board holder either, so I am going to have to improvise. Alright, so let's move this multimeter. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mix leaded solder into these little baby holes and try and get that nice and good. So let's go ahead and get that done. Get some flux on there. Okay, like so. And grab my leaded solder. Alright, and the iron. And so we're just going to come in here. Alright, now I'm trying to use the thickest point of the iron because that's where most of the heat transfer is going to come from, and the more of this solder that I can get through into these holes, the easier the connector is going to be to remove. So that's what we're going to go for here. There we go. And do it again. Okay, go. And one more time. Go. Okay. All right. So we've got those done. Let's go ahead and remove these thumbsticks and this little speaker area right here. It's fine, I can flip the speaker area if we need to. Alright, thumbsticks can come out. I said thumbsticks can come out. Alright. And now we're just going to put some leaded solder onto these joints on the charging port here. Again, we're just trying to make this as easy as possible for it to come off the board, because I don't want to put a whole crap ton of heat on this board. It's a very thin board. Let's go ahead and we'll touch up these ground holes on this side as well, again, just to make it as easy as possible. There we go. Like so. Now, there is a large ground plane underneath these charging ports. That does eat up a lot of heat. Unfortunately, I can't get to for the mixing of solder, so just gonna have to do our best here. Alright, so again, I'm gonna put some solder on the tip here. We're just gonna come in similar to what we do with HDMI ports. And we're just gonna drop in a bunch of leaded solder onto these legs. Doesn't matter if they're bridged right now, because we're taking off that port anyway. There we go. That's fine. We just want it to mix. Just want it to mix. Alright, and then we'll come in and again just touch up these ground legs. Same thing here. And right here. Yeah, see, this is why I need to get a board holder. This board just be flying all over the place. Alright. Alright, I'm just going to do the same thing here again, just kind of tidying up these ground legs. Okay. Alright, so that should be fine. And now, which is the easiest way to do this? Probably like this, because it'll be flat. So I'm going to move this work mat all the way over here. Let's get you guys brought in. And it's starting to rain over here, guys, so if you do have, if you hear any rain-like sounds, you now know why. Alright, also if I lose stream, I will try and get it back as quickly as possible. It's just, I'm in Florida, it's the middle of summertime, and I might be SOL. But we'll see how it goes, huh? Alright, here we go. Okay. So we've got our hot air gun. I'm gonna move that a little bit closer here because I do have to be quick about this. And I'm going to use my pliers as a weight. It is not the best weight, but it is a weight. Hopefully enough just to keep the board in place. I mean, that's pretty good. Oh boy, that rain is coming. Alright, so let's go ahead and move this hot air station forward so I have room to work. And I'm going to heat from underneath the board. Should I heat from underneath the board? Yeah, I'm going to heat from underneath the board. Alright, so here we go. You got to let the hot air gun get up to temperature. I know there's still flux on there. I'm going to put a little bit more to help make this easy. Alright, there we go. And here we go. Alright, so you'll see as the board gets hot, that flux will start to melt down. There we go. Alright, and release. Awesome. Alright, fantastic. Let's take the heat off the board. I'm going to attempt to try and wick this away. Wick in some of these solder pads. Not the ground plane, but the ground holes. I haven't had a whole lot of luck with this, and I know people are telling me to use a larger tip and things like that. I mean, even with it, I'm not having the best of luck. So I think I have a crappy solder iron. I know it doesn't get up to the temperature it's supposed to, but it does do the job. So, I mean, until I want to spend $200 on an iron, I'm not going to do it. But let's see how it goes. Alright, so I've got my wick. And let's get a bit more flux on there. Clean it up in just a second. There we go. Alright, so we'll take the iron. Let's see how this works. Yeah, not very well. Just leave it on there for a second, see if it decides it wants to work any better. No, not really. Okay. Well, almost. I'm starting to get a little something. But, yeah. Alright. Well, not a big deal. The pads I know will come up with the wick. And we're going to come back in with hot air, and we're going to clear out those ground holes with my solder sucker. Let's go ahead and bring the hot air back. And we'll just heat it up until that solder liquefies, and then we'll clear out those holes. Now you should be able to see the moment it liquefies because it's going to, there you go, see that? Just like that. Alright, do the same thing over here. Alright, and just like that, the holes are clear. Beautiful thing. Alright, there we go. So, let's go ahead and retin the... Actually, let's clean up first. Some of that solder is going to start getting dry, and that's a whole different animal to deal with. So, let's go ahead and clean this up. Go. Alright, nice and clean. Beautiful. Hello, baby love. Alright, so let's go ahead and reach in these pads. Go ahead and put down some flux. Like so. And put my solder. There we go. Just come in here with the iron and get some fresh solder on these joints, or these pads rather. Go. Those are all nice and shiny. And again, keep your iron clean. It prevents oxidization and will let your tips last a lot longer. I found that out the hard way because I was using bad tips, number one, and then number two, they didn't want to work. Alright, so now that those pads are prepped, let's go ahead and grab a new port. Not a cigarette, but a new port. Alright, and just to give you an idea of what a normal port looks like, let's go ahead and take a look right here. So, let's adjust focus. There we go. So you see there's no gold pins all over the place, anything like that. So that is a good port. Alright, so we're going to come back in here, and I think I got some solder in that hole. I surely did. Let's see if we can wick that at least away. See if it wants to work with me here. Oh, I got a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't want to quite come up. Let's see if maybe we can just kind of dig the rest out, huh? Nope. Alright, well, let's put down a little more flux. Let's dig that solder out of there. And actually a couple of the pads came untinned during this process, so I'm going to have to retin those. Let's see if we can do this gently, but with accuracy. You good? And now, of course, they want a bridge. There we go. No longer bridged. Alright, let's go ahead with the hot air gun and clear out the little solder that's in there, because that will make this more difficult. Alright, there we go. That'll do. Alright, while the board's hot, another quick cleaning. Alright. Alright, new port going on. Alright, so I gotta make sure these are lined up properly, so we are gonna come in a little bit more of an angle. Make sure these pads are getting connected the way they need to be. Alright, so that does appear to be lined up correctly. just going to check the back real quick. Make sure those legs are coming through well. About as well as can be expected. The port is sitting flush with the ground, so that's good. There we go. Alright, yep, everything does appear to be good there. So I think we're going to go ahead and get those soldered on. So, because there is a large ground plane here, I do have to get it hot from the bottom again and hold it in place. I'm going to put down a bit of flux. We're going to let this hot air gun get hot again. Alright, and what I'm going to do is come in here with the hot air gun. Is that port melting? It looks like the port's melting. Can't really tell though. Let's see if we turn the brightness down, maybe we can tell a little bit better. Alright. So we hold. We got the heat off. We hold. And we release. Okay. That looked like it went okay. Go ahead and get some IPA here. Clean up the board a little bit. Yeah, I mean, those joints do look pretty good. We're going to go ahead and let's give it a quick lift test, see if it wants to come off the board. So basically what the lift test is on these is you should be able to lift this port pretty much at all, even with the slightest bit of pressure. If you're putting a little bit of pressure on here and it comes up, then you know it's not soldered properly. But this ground plane is soldered because this is not coming up at all, which means the ground plane underneath the port is good. So let's go ahead and flip the board around and let's do a nudge test on those pins. Go. Alright. Pins do look aligned. I'm probably going to touch up the solder on them anyway. But let's just do some testing here. Yeah, a little bit of movement there, a little bit there. That one's good.
Okay, so yeah, these couple right here, legs do need to be soldered back down. That's not a huge deal. I'm just going to kind of maneuver them into place a little bit. Well, I think it's just like this one, and I think it's actually just that one. Either way, I'll go over each of them and just give them an extra touch of solder there just to make sure it's holding real good. And then we'll go back, we'll solder the ground legs, and then we will test the port. So let's go ahead and get some brightness here. Actually, we don't need quite that much brightness. Yeah, something like that should be fine. Get it in focus. Okay. All right, so again, a little more flux. All right, and I'm just going to put the tiniest little dab of solder onto the iron. And now we've bridged. That's a beautiful thing. Just kidding. That's fine. We'll clean that up in a second. Oh, my camera's running away. No, camera, don't do it. Okay, so let's go ahead and clean that bridge up real fast. And just to do that, we'll just clean off the iron and kind of drag the solder down a bit. There you go, like that. There we go. And if we bridge, don't matter, clean off the iron, come back in, do it again. There you go. Bridge is all cleared up. All right. And again, we're going to come in, a little IPA, clean up that board. All right. Do I still have a bridge? Let's see. Do I still have a bridge? Nope. Just looks like it. It's a little messy from the iron. That's okay. Not a big deal. All right. Let's back up a bit. All right. Go back to the nudge test again just to make sure. Port steady. Get out of there, you. Now. Go away. Let's get that out of here. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. Now those pins aren't going anywhere. Good. Very good. All right. Let's go ahead and flip it around, and we'll throw some solder on the ground legs. I do want to clean off that chip real quick. Yep, a lot of excess flux around that dialogue chip. go. Fantastic. Alright. And we can back up a bit for the ground legs. Don't need a huge field of view for these. Okay. And those tiny little ones are still there. Let's make sure, for reference, that I did not lose any other small components. Nope, those are meant to be open, so that's good. Alright, and we're just going to flow some solder down into these ground holes. And then what we'll do after this is, obviously we'll give it a quick clean, and then we're going to test by plugging the battery in. Well, first we'll plug a normal quarter to make sure we still have the 2 orange beeps and that we didn't destroy anything. And then from there we'll plug the battery in, and we will then plug the charging cord back in and see if we get a charging light. Go. That's fine. And come in the other side. And same thing here. All right, that should be good. Clean the iron. I need to get more iron cleaner. There we go. All right, give it a quick clean. Right, and yep, that's what happens when the solder dries up, the flux dries up on you here. So what I'm going to do is carefully try to come in and heat this board up enough so that that flux will liquefy enough for me to clean it up without touching any components, because I don't want to lose them. Okay. Alright. Well, that should suffice for the time being. Alright. So, let's do some testing, shall we? Alright. So, there we go. Charging port. A little worse for wear from the soldering gun, but, I mean, overall, I have seen and done worse. So, let's go ahead and make sure we get an orange light first and foremost. So let's back up some. Alright, so that's our LED. Let's go ahead and turn down this brightness some. Alright, so when you plug in a DualSense controller with a correct charging port, well, I mean, obviously you saw it even without the charging port, or without the good charging port, but when you plug in the cord without the battery, you should have orange lights. There we go. We have orange lights. So let's plug in the battery. Okay, so battery is now plugged in. Let's see if we get a charging signal. So it should just light up orange. And still no charging signal, it looks like. Okay, so no charging signal. Interesting. Okay. You know what? Let's get it plugged into the actual controller and see if we're still having the same issue. Maybe there's something else I'm missing. Let's also make sure we have voltage coming from the battery, or from the charging port, I should say. So let's plug that back in. And multimeter. So, voltage mode. Alright, so we know solder is ground. Alright, I've got 2 volts. And 1.7 volts, I should say. 1.4 volts, 1.8 volts, 3.2 volts, and 1.8 volts, 3.2 volts. Yeah, so it seems like the voltages are all correct. Alright, so the voltages are all there. Maybe it does need to be just plugged in order, the whole controller reconnected, I should say, in order to actually read anything. Let's check, because I'm not even getting the blue light now. Let's disconnect the cord, and yeah, I don't even have the blue syncing light. So let's plug back in a moment, and let me check something. Okay. Alright, let's try and put it back together. Let's go with that and see what happens. I'm not going to worry about the button right now, because if I can't get the board working, then the button's going to be kind of pointless, you know? Alright, so let's go ahead and pop this board back in place. Go, like so. Alright. Let's go ahead and reconnect some things. There we go. I'm just going to reconnect some of these ribbon cables, and then I should be able to test functionality with just the ribbon cables. I don't have to solder in the rumble packs or anything like that. Okay, there we go. So those ribbon cables are in. That's just a microphone ribbon cable. That doesn't matter. Alright, so back up again here. Alright, so we're going to be looking at these LEDs. Alright, I have the battery unplugged right now. So let's plug it in. And we should have the flashing orange, or flashing red. That's fine. plug in the battery. And again, we're hoping for LEDs here. And still nothing. If I try and press the blue button, I do still get that. So it still tries to connect, but it's still not recognizing it on the computer. You know what? I have run into this issue previously. This was another controller that I could not fix. Yeah, I mean, I know the charging port's on there correctly because it still shows me the... It shows me the orange light when there's no battery connected. If it wasn't detecting that a cord was being plugged in, then that wouldn't be a problem. But I'm just getting nothing. Nothing at all. Alright, well... Alright, let's try and do something else. Alright, so we'll take the battery out. Disconnect the wire. And unplug the ribbon cables again. I think I'm going to change that dialog IC. And if I have to, I'll reflow the main chip. I don't like doing reflows, but if I have to, I'll do it. But I think the next step is probably going to be to replace that dialog IC. I do have a replacement. So that's probably going to be the next shot here. So the dialog IC I'm talking about is right here. Lost that speaker button again. Here we go. So I think we'll replace that. Let me grab a donor one. All right. Now this one I'm gonna have to just kind of work my way around stuff because I don't have a board holder that works very well to hold these things in place. Let's kind of clear this chip up a little bit. Okay, so when I'm looking at it this way, dialog needs to be facing to the left. Okay, just getting my orientation ready. Make sure I'm not losing my mind here. But I am losing my mind here. So let's go ahead and put some flux down. Now, apparently I'm losing my solder as well. Go. Right, and I think we're just going to go ahead and move over to this one and remove it. Same thing, this one I do want to be more careful with. As far as components go. Heat up the area around the board. There we go. Alright, so got the orientation set. Honestly, I think I can just replace it, so I'm not going to tin the pads because this actually was a donor chip, not a brand new one that already has solder on it. Let's reorient it to the correct position. Right, and now we'll put down some flux to help it reflow into place. Okay. This is my first time changing one of those. Alright, and we're going to come through and just tidy up the solder joints. Alright. So that has tidied up the joints. I do want to check the alignment on the chip. It might be a little bit off. I hope not. Pretty sure the reflow would have gone into place just fine. Let's go ahead and clean this up. Oh, there we go. Lost my toothbrush. Let's give it a good in-between clean. Alright. That should do. No components were lost during the replacing of this chip, which is good. Alright, let's come in and start looking at some angles, eh? Alright, are we aligned? It's hard to kind of tell from there. Let's see. Are we aligned? Ooh, hot. Ooh, very hot. The board is still extraordinarily hot. Let's get some brightness. Let's adjust angles rather than touching hot boards. Okay, are we aligned? Yes, we are indeed aligned. Alright. And adjust angle here. Are we aligned? Yep, we are aligned. And we do have to move board a little bit. Are we aligned? Yep, we are indeed aligned. And so that should mean that we're aligned over here as well. Yep, we are aligned, and those solder joints are good. All right, let's give it the old test again. Let's let it cool down a little bit first. That was a lot of heat in that area, so gonna let the board cool down just slightly. Let's come back in here. Alright, and so we wait for the board to cool. Alright, and that's relatively cool. Okay, so most important test, since I've never done that before, do we still get an orange light if we plug in the charging cord? Okay, we do still get the red light. That's good. Alright. Now, let's see what happens if we plug in the battery. And then the cord. Still nothing. Nothing at all. Okay. Yep. Still nothing. Alright, might be time for desperation mode. Well, first of all, let's take this battery back out real quick. Let's go ahead. I do have a spare battery somewhere. I can try another battery, but I want to clean out this charging port because there is a lot of flux in there right now. Okay. Let's try another battery. and then it might be desperation time where we are reflowing the main chip. Which I really do not want to do, because I have not had good luck with it. But if it's got to be done, it's got to be done. I'm also not going to spend too much more time on this controller. Alright, so I do have a spare battery here. Alright, so now that I've cleaned the port, clean off the actual charging cable itself. Okay, so clean port, clean charging cable, still getting the orange light. There we go. Does not want to let go. We'll flip the charging connector over as well, just to make sure it's the same thing. Yep, same thing. Alright, so here's the original battery. Let's try it with that. Still nothing. And flip around. Still nothing. Alright. So let's try it with a different battery just to rule that out. So here is a replacement battery. Yep, still nothing. Alright. Time for desperation. Alright. So we are going to reflow the main chip. Now the last time I did this on one of these chips, I killed the board. So, not every fix is a success, but every one that you don't attempt is a failure. So, that is the main chip. Oh boy. Alright, we gotta do what we gotta do. Let's see if we can make it happen. So, this is the one I refloated on, and I don't even get the orange light when I plug it in anymore. So, that's how we will know if I did this wrong. Okay, so I do need to remove the nozzle on my air gun because I want to make this as quick as possible. Alright, so my understanding of reflowing this chip is pretty much just going to be drown it in flux, let the board reach temperature until the solder balls underneath melt, very gently tap it. That is my understanding of a reflow on this particular chip, and on most chips from my understanding, is going to be that same idea. So, I want to keep this as flat as I can, but again, I don't have a board holder. And I can't hold it with my hands because it's going to get really hot. Alright, so here we go. That should do. Okay. Well, fingers crossed, guys. Let's see how this works, huh? Alright, here we go. So you'll know that the chip has started to go molten because the flux underneath will start to get sucked under it. You'll see it kind of like moving in and out. Come here with more flux. Okay, see how it's pulsing like that on the edges? That should mean this is ready to go. What we can do is just give a gentle tap. Okay, yep, there we go. So that is reflowed. And we're going to let that thing cool down. I'm going to come in and try to clean some of this flux up. Yeah, like I said, I am not great at reflowing yet. That is a skill that I am still learning. The two things I have attempted to reflow have both broken. So, they were broken when I got them, and I killed them. So, that's a skill that I'm still working on. But hey, like I said, we learn together, right? At this point, even if I don't get the controller working, if I flip this around and I get an orange light on it, that's already a win, because that's a successful reflow to where I didn't break it more than it already was broken. I will take that win. I'm just coming in here and mopping up little bits of flux as I can see them. Alright, we're going to let this cool down just another second or two, and like I said, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this controller. I have PS5s that I need to fix, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. So, alright, and I see no jostled components. Where's my donor board? Let's do some comparisons. I see no components that were knocked off during the reflow, which is good. Alright, so that should be enough. Alright, so fingers crossed that we still get the orange light. Or the red light, whatever color it is. I don't care. If it turns on, that's a win. If it goes off, I should say. If that light comes on, it shows, then that's a win. Alright, I've still got a light. That is tremendous. Okay, so I did not break it with a reflow. Okay, got a battery plugged in now. And I've still got nothing on the charge light. No light. Oh boy. That's unfortunate. Okay. Yep, still nothing. Either battery. Well, damn. Well, I did a successful reflow, so that's still positive. I have heard of other issues with this board. With that little component right there. Grab my multimeter real quick. Let me just take some readings on some of these components around that main chip. Like I said, I'm not spending too much more time on this, but I do want to just check a couple things. So, solder's ground. Okay, those are good. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay, so I am getting a strange reading from that chip on... So this little piece right here. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I was about to say, they're supposed to be ground points, and it's not giving me the ground reading that I'm supposed to be getting. Is that an inductor? Or is that a large cap? Or is that a large resistor? It looks like a resistor. Yep. Okay, getting the same reading on the donor board. I'm just checking caps to see if there's something I might be missing. All right, switching over to diode mode just to check some. That's 100 ohms. That's 100 ohms. Not 0.2 ohms. Same thing here. Yep, 0.2. And yep, 100 ohms. At 1.1 milliohms on that. Okay. Where am I at? There we go. Alright, so between these 2 points. .9 and 183 kilo ohms. That's interesting. Alright, so that is slightly off. The readings on this chip compared to the donor chip is slightly wrong. I'm going to go ahead and replace it, and let's just see what happens. It's already not working. I mean, the worst I can do is break it fully. So let's go ahead and replace that. I believe it's some kind of filter of some kind, but the readings are off. They're lower on that, on the one I'm trying to fix than on the donor. So let's go ahead and take it off and replace it, and let's see how that goes. Go. Replace this one. Okay. All right, well, now with that off, before I start putting it back on, let me do another reading real quick and see if I'm still getting the same result. So, in diode mode, I'm at about 130. Oh, it's still hot. Let the boards cool before you do your readings. They will give you false readings. Let it cool down a little bit. Alright, let's come back in. Yeah, so that's still rising. And that's already higher than it was. Alright, so let's let that board cool a minute. And, oh yeah, that's very hot. So let's let the board cool down a minute so we can actually get some accurate readings. But that's the one reading I got on the lower portion. So this reading down here, oh, where are we at? There we go. This reading down here from these two pads is already higher than what it was previously. So, I mean, maybe? I don't know. I'm not 100% with this technical stuff, so. Let's see here. We shall see how it goes. But this is the last thing I'm doing to this. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. And I will move on and hopefully try to use parts from it. Alright, so let's go here to here. Alright, so I'm at 0.78 mega ohms. And okay, so that's coming together. Now this one. Okay. Yep. So the readings are actually normal now. I mean, maybe that was it. Who knows? Let's go ahead and put down some flux. I'm going to tin these pads up and just get it ready. All right. Okay, there we go. Losing things. I don't know what. Oh, I do know what that is. Huh. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab replacement. Gonna let this get hot. Alright, wrong tweezers. Alright, come off. I did see a blob of solder shoot over here, so you gotta be careful when tinning these pads. That is a blob of solder right here. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove that. We're not gonna go ahead and remove that. I'm gonna have to heat it up and remove that. It is stuck. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll tighten it up with my soldering iron. There we go. Okay. All right. So now with that replaced, again, we need to let the board cool down. Give it a bit of a clean while we let it cool down. Thunder's coming in. Alright. So. Alright, let's go back into diode mode. Now again, it is still hot, but let's just check the readings that we're getting now. Yeah, so it is still warming up, or cooling down, I should say. Alright, so we need to let this cool down so I can get more accurate readings. This donor board is fully cooled down now. And I've got 1.04 mega ohms on the top. And about 0.9 mega ohms. Or milliohms, one of the two. Yeah, milliohms. And 0.9 milliohms on the bottom. I wasn't getting anything higher than 163K on the bottom with the original chip, so, or whatever that thing is that I just replaced. I'm just going to flood the area with IPA. That'll help the cooling process and the cleaning process. Definitely not my best work on that solder, but I mean, honestly, it's fine. That side is ground anyway, so I'm not terribly worried about it. Not my best, but not my worst. Okay. And how we doing on cooling? It's getting there. Let's check another reading real fast. So, between the top two, we are up to 0.8 and 0.9 millivolts and climbing. And bottom two, we are at 0.69 millivolts and climbing. Or milliohms, sorry, not volts. Alright, we're going to let it sit for another couple seconds here to cool down more, and we can get an accurate reading of where it's supposed to be. And we'll try again. Alright. Check one more reading real quick here. See where we're at. Still climbing. And still climbing, but that's probably going to be about as close as we'll get. I mean, it's going to cool down fully, obviously, but I'm not going to sit around waiting for it. So, let's check. Do we still get orange light? Plug it in. We still get orange light. If we plug in battery, do we get a charging light? We do not. No charging light. Not a thing. I don't understand. I don't understand what could be causing it. Well, let's just put it back in its housing, reconnect all the ribbon cables and stuff, and yeah, who knows? Maybe it's some weird thing that I'm not familiar with on this board. I don't think so, but if it is, oh well. Not a big deal. Alright. Let's move this ribbon cable out the way. Alright. Let's connect rib cables. Man, these ribbon cables are horrible. Alright, here we go. Alright, ribbon cables are all plugged in. Well, the ones that are important anyway. Alright. So again, plug in, get the two beeps. Yep. So even if I try to push the blue button right now, it will not work. Grab a battery. Battery's plugged in. Yeah. No orange charge light. No recognition in the computer. Yeah, just nothing. Blue light still works. As if it was trying to pair with something. Yeah, there you go. Wasn't making a great connection with the button there. Huh. Yeah. So this one's gonna be dead. Oh, it's not fixable right now. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'll have to do some more research into those, but not starting the day off with a victory is not the best. But it's also not the worst. I have dealt with far worse. So, charge that one to the game and keep on moving. Alright, so let's work on a PS5, shall we? That sounds like fun to me. Let's do a PS5. Alright. So, PS5. The problem with all three of these is no display, and I have a distinct feeling that all three of them are going to have bad HDMI ports, because almost all of these are the first generation consoles, the EDM 0010. This one is actually the 020, but I know from experience with these that these HDMI ports are awful. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and finish disassembly on the PS5 here. Take off these APU clamps. Go. Storming pretty bad down here in South Florida, so again, I apologize if you guys are getting a lot of rain or thunder or anything like that kind of noise. Alright, move this over here. Alright, I've already disconnected all the ribbon cables and such. So we're going to lift the board. There we go. Alright, and these Wi-Fi cables out of the way. And another dry spot. Dry spot on the APU. So this was a vertically kept console. That's fine though, we can fix that. Huh. I'll have to take a look at something. Something caught my eye that I haven't noticed before. I don't know if it's because I'm not usually paying attention to it or what, but... Alright, let's go ahead and move the shell out of my way for the time being. So yeah, this what I'm looking at here. I believe it's the SSD controller. But... maybe I've just never noticed it before. I don't remember it that being like right there. But it could be. It could be. Alright, so what we're going to do is what we usually do. First and foremost on a no display. And we're going to check the HDMI port. So, first things first. Let's look at the port itself. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a break in the bottom right there. You can kind of see where it started to separate. Don't see any bent pins or anything on the port itself. Let's go ahead and lay it down and nudge some of these legs, and let's see if the typical issue is the same. Go. Alright, so yeah, I would say that this is a problem. It looks like a problem anyway. We won't know for sure until we start moving some pins, but I would say that looks like a problem to me. Let's go ahead and turn up some brightness. Alright, let's go ahead and start moving some of these legs. Where are my straight tweezers? All my good straight tweezers have just disappeared. Alright, well, not a big deal. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, yeah. Oh, it looks like we got torn traces. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah. We're going to have some trace repair, guys. More than I bargained for today. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure we got rip pads. This will be a first on a PS5 for me. Haven't done a PS5 with rip pads before. Alright, let's see how many rip pads and how fun this is going to be. So, we are going to go ahead and do what we usually do. I'm going to need a new tube of flux here in just a minute. But we're going to lay down flux. We're going to put leaded solder on all these joints. Go. There we go. We're just going to flood that area. That cap is going to go. That's fine. And we're just going to let the leaded solder start to bond with the unleaded stuff that's in the holes right now. Alright, that'll do for the time being. And we're going to flip the board around. We're going to do the same thing on the back. I have not had to run jumper wire on a PS5 yet. This is a stream full of firsts for me. Okay. That's fine. Alright, so that should do. I do need to take this little heat pad thingy off because that is going to get very sticky and ugly. Alright. And off with the nozzle. There we go. Go ahead and flip the board and let the fun times begin. Alright, so coming over here. It's an ugly mess right now. Don't worry about that, it's supposed to be. Put a little extra flux down. That cap is going to disappear. That's fine as well. Not a huge deal. If you repair PS5 HDMI ports, you know exactly what cap I'm talking about. It's fine. It works without it. Don't worry about it. Alright, so hot air gun is up to temp. These PS5s do have thick boards, so it does take a minute for that solder to get hot enough to... There we go, now you're seeing it starting to liquefy, which means I should be okay to start lifting. Not quite ready yet. Let it keep going. There we go. Alright. Yep, we definitely got at least 3 torn pads. While the board's still hot, I'm gonna grab my solder sucker. Clear out these ground holes. Go. All right. Well, looks like we've got more than a few. guys any clearer in focus? Yeah, as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 torn pads, it looks like. Let's go ahead and wick up this bit of solder so we can see just how bad it is. I think I might be missing a component too. There's a hard piece of solder right there that doesn't want to come loose. I'm wondering if that's a component. Let's see. Yep. That appears to be that cap. Let's see if we can gently remove it from its current position, eh? Losing more pads. There we go. Alright, so I finally got that cap off. Move that over here for the time being because I do need to try and get that that pad back where it was, or at least out of my way. Alright, so left-handed solder action, which is never good. Okay, there we go. Alright. So we'll move this cap for the time being. There is fine. Alright. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 5 missing pads. Not a fun time. Alright, let's turn up the brightness a little bit here. So yeah, alright, we're gonna have to run some jumper wire, which means I need some jumper wire. Oh, where did I put my jumper wire? Haven't had to run any in a while. open spool of it somewhere and it's just vanished on me, so I'll just grab more. Not a big deal. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and do some quick cleanup. Oh, I forgot to put that cap down. Okay, there we go. Found the cap. Let's move the cap to a safer area. Well, safer-ish. Okay. Alright, so we're going to have to rebuild some traces. Alright, well, let's make some stuff happen then, shall we? Where's my coffee? I'm gonna need coffee. Alright. So I'm just grabbing some jumper wire right now. Well, actually, I need to build the traces before I can... Okay. Alright. Alright, so we gotta build this via out. I don't have a grinding pen either. That's going to be next on my list of things to make sure I obtain. So what we need to do is just expose enough of that copper on this via right here. So I can bond some solder to it. Let me do a little bit more. I am doing this with a box cutter. This is not the ideal method to do. Okay. That should be good. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I've got exposed copper there. We're going to do the same thing right here. Okay, good. That should be enough. Alright, for this one... Okay, that should be fine. Trying to expose as much of that copper as possible without digging into other traces, of course. Should be okay. And then for this one, I believe it needs to go to this lower one. Okay, so that all should be good. And to test, we're going to go ahead and drop a little bit of solder on each of those pins. Just do a little bit of cleanup. All right. I'm just going to put a dab of flux, and I do mean just a dab. I'm not even pushing down on the plunger right now. Let's keep an eye on that cap. Where'd the cap go? Damn, I was really wanting to hold on to it this time. Again, not a huge deal. It's not required, but just a point of personal pride. Hey, there it is. It just got moved. All right, cool. Cap's hanging out. Cap's chilling. All right. So we're just gonna put little dabs of solder onto each of those points. Okay. Alright, so those last two that I just did, I'm not real happy with. So I'm going to scrape away a little more. Okay. Alright, so that's at least scraped off a little more copper. Again, just going to put a little dab of flux. Alright, well, that should do for now. Alright, time to start running wire. Alright. Alright, so what I'm going to do first is align the camera properly so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, so I'm going to be tinning the edge of the wire to remove the enamel coating. Okay, that'll do. I'm going to come in and let's readjust this camera again. Okay. There we go. Alright, so jumper wire is bonded. Alright, we're going to cut off the wire. Actually, I think I need to put the HDMI port on first. I'm going to leave this one already jumped because it's already there, but I think I should put the HDMI port on first. I think that's going to be a better idea. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop the HDMI port on. What I'm going to do is bend this up. Because I think the easier way is going to be to actually solder it to the HDMI port. That's why I'm thinking I should put the port on first. You know what? I'll deal with that as we come to it. Let's go ahead and get the port on. Okay. Actually, we need to tin these pads first. A little bit of flux. Okay. Okay. All right, pads are tinned. All right. Let's go ahead and flip the board around because it's easier for me to work looking at it that way, and I'm not going to be doing my drop method anyway. So let's go ahead. Kill the brightness. Alright, so I am going to go ahead and solder down a couple of these legs, just so everything stays in place. Alright, so let's just make sure that those are soldered in, and then we'll continue with the jumper wires here. Okay. Alright, so Alright, so what I'm looking for on those particular legs is, we're going to come in a little bit closer. Alright, so what I should see, if that bonded properly, let's kill the brightness, see if we get a better view. Really? Okay, kinda. Alright, so that'll do for now. Now what I'm hoping to see, if that bonded right, is the wire and the leg of the HDMI port moving together. And that does appear to be the case. Alright, that's positive. Alright, let's go ahead with the next jumper wire. Alright, that cap is long gone by now, which is fine. Oh no, it's right there still. I'll be damned. It's deciding it wants to hang out. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and try and move that to another, yet again, safe space. Come hang out with me, Mr. Cap. That's fine. You go hang out right there. Right there. Alright, cap is moved to a safe location. Alright, so again, we're going to come in. Where's that wire? There we go. So we're just stripping off some of this enamel coating, like so. And the first thing we're going to do is bond it to the leg that has the missing pad on the HDMI port. Which appears to be this one. Okay, good. That's moving with the leg. And then we're just going to come in and Alright, let's clean the iron off, put a little fresh solder on the iron. Alright. There we go. All right. So now that's bonded. Try and do this the hard way, and I don't like doing it this way. Oh, let's clean off the solder. Yep, and that's why I don't like doing it that way, because you get bridges. Well, it did end up working. But I do have a bridge now. So let's see if I can drag solder my way out of this. And I've lost the wire completely. And I've got a bridge that does not want to clear. Ah, these bridges are a pain in my tuchus. Just about got it. Okay. I think I actually cleared the bridge. However, I also screwed up any chance of that fucking wire working, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and we're gonna clean up with some alcohol real fast. I'll rerun the wire. That's not a huge deal. Oh, that bridge. Bridges are horrible. I think I need to swap tips, honestly. I think I need a smaller tip for this job. Yeah, I think that's what I should do. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. I'm pretty sure those bridges are going now, which is good. Let's go ahead and swap tips. Go. Right. That tip. And we're going to put on this tip. Swap over to a smaller tip on the iron to give me more workable room. Okay, so let's go back to this. And, all right, turn the iron back on. All right. Just because I can see it and it's bothering me, I am going to check for a bridge real quick on the one where I ran the wire. All right, so do I have yet another bridge? I do. Great. Okay, so I just removed my original wire, which is fine because it was bridging. Okay. Alright. Are we still bridging? Now that the wire is gone. No. Wire's gone, bridge is gone. Alright. So, let's go ahead and redo some things. So, first of all, okay. Alright. So, let's make sure, number one, that the leg moves with the wire. It does. Let's make sure we've got continuity between there. So put one probe where the solder joint is, and the other one onto the leg. Yep, got it. Alright. I hate running jumper wire, in case you were not fully aware of that by now. Jumper wire is tedious, time consuming, but a necessary part of the job sometimes. Uh-oh. I got wire soldered to places it should not be. Not yet, anyway. Okay, there we go. Just wiggle that off. And then we'll reuse some of this wire to rerun this connection. Ah, damn bridges. Okay. Apparently I lost the jumper wire, which honestly is probably fine. I'm going to go ahead and spray down some alcohol real quick and just kind of clean up the area. Okay, so snip off a tiny bit more jumper wire. Alright, so I apologize for not talking so much during this point, guys. It's just extremely difficult to watch everything. Or, try to tin wire and cut wire and make sure everything's doing what it's supposed to do and talk at the same time, especially since I've already screwed it up a couple times. So I apologize in advance. Okay, well now it's at the wrong place, and I've once again bridged several joints. Jesus Christ. Okay. Not a problem. Flux. Start clearing up the bridge again. Okay. Let's try this yet again. Where the hell is my jumper wire? This is growing increasingly frustrating, but we will proceed. Where the hell is my jumper wire?